Thank you for that enthusiasm and that energy on day 2. And we expect, I hope we can continue with the same energy and enthusiasm, but I hope everyone's well. And what we're going to do today is I'll start with a brief recap for what we did yesterday. And then I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Kristen, who you met online yesterday, to go forward with the day 2 session. All right. So any questions, any comments, any clarifications that you have from yesterday's introductory subjects that we covered for the session, for the workshop, please feel free and go ahead and ask me. We'll give it a couple of minutes because then I want to hand it over to Kristen as well for day 2. All right. So just anyone there who remembers the definition of security threat information and remember the highlighted sections that I showed you and what exactly does those highlighted terms and words mean? Anyone wants to give it a go? More of a understanding rather than just giving the definition. What was the most important bit of the definition in STI? With any examples, quickly, please. Anyone? Does anyone? It's like, yes, go ahead, Tare. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity for the next time, and thank you for the training. I think the STI, the security threat information, is about the relevant information, direct, indirect, affected operation and on the UNSMS in brief.
Very good. Thank you. And directly and indirectly, remember, I said both are equally important. Anyone wants to give us a very short, brief example of a direct threat and an indirect threat? Remember the threat, anything that causes the UN harm. Anyone wants to give a very, like an example from your own area of operations or your own experience where STI had direct threat or indirect threat in the chat or verbally? Yes, Adil, please go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon,
Yes.
colleagues. About the STI security threat information, that anything that can affect the UN operation and the UNSMS and the operation, including the 5 threat categories are armed conflict, civil unrest, crime, terrorism, and other.
Right. All right. Great. We've had the definition. Anyone wants to give me an example of direct or indirect threat?
Yes, I
And
can try.
yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, a direct threat will be where I get information that protesters are planning to come to outside my offices or to my offices to protest because of us not giving food distributions as maybe promised. An indirect threat is where there is a threat in an area of operation or a route that we normally pass through as we go to the camps for food distribution. Thank you.
Very, very good. Spot on. Thank you so much. Yes, I see another hand raised. Ahmed, go ahead, please. That was a very good example. Thank you. Yes, Ahmed.
Yeah, so thank you very much. So this one I think is most relevant to the let's say to the collateral impact or let's say or UN targets. So when we say UN target, let's say for example, if there's armed groups, they are saying that they are going to attack a certain office of UN. So this one we can say it, yes, this one is direct information, or we can say the UN here is directly target. Or for example, we can say that they are going to close the road. That locals are going to close the road. This road, it may it will affect the movement of UN. So here is going to be indirect. So I think this
Very
can
good.
be two examples.
Good. Very clear example. Thank you. So direct is when there is an intent, okay, by the threat actor, or when they have carried out attacks against the UN, or there is an intent, right? And indirected, that there could be an intent, but there have not been maybe wrong place, wrong time. There's collateral damage. Remember, as I said, we work with organizations, entities, groups who indirectly could be targeted, and we are wrong place, wrong time, incidental violence. In the southern Philippines, there's an island called Mindanao. There's a lot of clan violence. The Abu Sayyaf is there now. The ISIS is there, and we have a lot of UN missions in central Mindanao. And the clan violence there is called REDO. So sometimes when the UN convoys were passing through areas and suddenly there was an outbreak of clan violence, some of the convoys were caught in the crossfire. So again, no direct threat. None of those clans ever had stated an intent against the UN or targeted the UN in the past, but we were caught in crossfire, wrong place, wrong time, incidental violence. So it was an indirect threat. All right. So remember, it has to be relevant to threats. STI has to include threat-related information. Operational information for SIRS, for SRM is separate. All right. And it has to affect the safety and security of the UN. Yes, Rawan, go ahead, please. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Are you there? Okay, you can come back. All right, so I'll just repeat it very quickly because we're tight on time. Anything that is not affecting the safety and security of the UN will not be STI. Throughout the SAPP methodology, we keep repeating one main element for all of you to keep in mind. There has to be so what to the UN, the why and the so what. Once you answer the so what to the UN will really help you answer whether this is STI or not. Mona, I'm going to come back to you. Sorry if I was not very clear yesterday, but I'll just come back to that to your response. STI has to represent. Exactly. Thank you, Ahmed. Practical value, something that you can work on, has to be actionable. If you're repeating something from the history or giving me something that has happened in the past, Boko Haram carried out an attack in this place in Nigeria, fine, yes, but that's not STI. That's something that's happened in the past. And we really can't do anything immediately, or something that's brewing as well, right? Political unrest, possible coup, economic unrest, there's inflation, you think there could be a protest or riots, so on and so forth. All right. So we need to look ahead. Remember, as analysts, our main job is to look ahead and look at the strategic forecast. And finally, all of this contributes to good, valuable SRM measures. Information with a lowercase I, on the other hand, is still unevaluated or non-contextual material, which upon processing may become STI or contribute towards it. And if you remember yesterday, we went through a couple of examples as well. All right, who wants to give it a quick shot on what was our purpose of STI? Remember, it's the 5 W's and H and the summation of answers of which help us answer the STI problems. Anyone wants to give me very quickly what are the 5 W's and H, and very quickly how are they defined in the SAPP methodology? We're going to do the recap every day, so we're going to ask in the SAPP course. In fact, we ask people. We don't even give them a choice. What, where, when, why, how. Very good. Thank you, Ahmed. So anyone can tell me what was the definition of who in the UN? How do we define who?
Who means who is the perpetrator?
No.
Who is the
I'll pull you back.
yes.
I'll pull you back.
Who is the
Yes, go ahead.
perpetrator?
No. Who's not the perpetrator? No.
Who among UN? Who among UN?
Who in the UN?
Be
Yes.
Who in the
affected?
UN is to be impacted?
Exactly.
When we are going to be impacted, where we are going to be impacted, how we are going to be impacted, and then why we are going to be impacted. Everything revolves around impact.
Yes, not impact. It's not impact. Okay. So who means who in the UN can be impacted by affected or impacted by the threat. Okay. So who in the UN? So it's not only about the impact, because the threat may or may not take place. And remember there were 3 elements to what? Yes, absolutely. So what is anyone remembers? Yes, go ahead, Adil.
Yeah.
Thank you, Peter. That's a good point. Yes,
Hello.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
What is the threat to the for UN general and the act of the perpetrators?
Very good. What had 3 elements, right? What is a threat to the UN? Generic or specific? All right. Second element was, it could be one of the threat categories of our general threat assessment: armed conflict, terrorism, civil unrest, crime, hazard. Thirdly, the perpetrator of the threat, colleagues, falls under what? So for example, I give an example of Al-Shabaab or Boko Haram or ISIS or anyone else or Al-Qaeda. That all will fall under what? I did see a raised hand. Go ahead, please. So who in the UN? Please remember, no one else. Who in the UN will be affected by the threat? Yes, Rawan, go ahead, please. Anyone else? Okay, when is the threat likely to take place or assessed to take place? So it can be as broad as a year or month, day, a week, or a particular date. Yes, Ahmed, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so this one is related to the geographical location.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. There's some background sound coming.
Yeah, I'm saying where is related to the geographical location.
Yes, someone, maybe the microphone's not muted. Please mute your microphones, colleagues. So where is the geographic location? You're absolutely right. As broad as it can be global, regional. Remember, it can be a city, it can be a town, it can be the building where the UN is housed, and it can be even where the UN convoys are going. Anyone quickly, why and how? Yes, Nayal, go ahead.
By why we are talking about the motive behind the threat.
Very good, excellent. And I want you all, when you are going through these definitions, please apply them to your own area of operations, what is happening in the security context, and then think about who's the who, who's the what, when, where, why. So why is the motive usually found in the language of statement, threats against the UN, why we haven't done enough, or maybe most of the time we are perceived omissions, and it can be including both direct and indirect. Finally, how is the potential impact? Zia, I think, was mentioning that as well, of the threat if it occurs, and the wider impact of the threat as well. Yes, Adil, go ahead.
Yeah. For how the threat is going to take place, and the potential and the physical effect and the impact.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a quick minute and do our summary of information. Remember, category, types, and specificity and models, what we need versus what we use. Anyone can give me the two categories? Yes, Ahmed, go ahead, please.
So we have a basic and current.
Very good. Quick example. Don't give me the definition. Just give me an example of basic information and current information. Remember, we did some exercises yesterday. Anyone else, even in the chat, let's go quickly. What is an example of basic information and current information?
Basic information was, in the past, but current information is the recent past and which has a value.
So basic information is information on threats in larger areas. Yes, go ahead. I just want an example so we quickly go through. Yes, please.
For example, yes, there was an abduction incident happened 10 years ago. That is basic information. But there is another abduction incident which has recently occurred within the area of operation that we consider as a current information.
Very good. So basic is information. Thank you. Larger area over a prolonged period of time, which rarely changes, environmental, infrastructural, and current is information on threats, more real-time reason. So Ahmed, what I would just change in an example would be armed groups are regrouping to attack, or you can just say that armed groups carried out an attack yesterday or 2 days before in a more specific area. All right. So that would be our basic and current. Remember the example of basic, the typhoon in the Philippines, any weather, or Al-Shabaab leader hasn't changed over the past few years in Somalia. All right, type quickly, colleagues, was raw, commented, and processed. Do you remember the examples of the type of information? We said raw was breaking news, facts, nothing else. Commented, where you just add a bit of source opinion, author judgment, like the newspaper article. Processed is your final assessment product, which goes through the entire STI cycle of evaluation, comparison, and comes up with a judgment or conclusion. Then we had generic and specific. Generic is where the STI entails, does not include majority of your details of your 5 Ws and age, and specific does. If you have any examples, yes, best is to do in the chat as well. And then models, forecasting and predictive. Forecasting, there is an estimate of probability. Predictive is judgment. Remember, we all said as security professionals, we prefer forecasting. Our senior managers prefer predictive. Then we quickly went through what is direction, where does it come from, who is responsible. It can come from your own. What is an STI problem? There's a question or a set of questions, which for those who need answers, and it's a summation of answers of your 5 Ws and age. After you have the direction, you have the STI problem, come the gaps in that information, what is known versus what is not known, which is called STI requirements. STI requirements kick off the STI cycle. And we use indicators to help us answer these questions. So indicators are pointers to show us the way. Remember, we went through our example of when is the next large demonstration likely to take place. All right, colleagues, any questions till now before I hand over to Kristen? Thank you, Ahmed. You remember that one, yes. Thank you. Any questions? Before that, what we gave you as an exercise yesterday, remember you're an analyst and the crime. So that we want you to do is, as we go through the 5 days and the steps of the STI cycle, in your own area of operations, we want you to use that steps of the STI cycle to give an answer to that STI problem, and we'll all work towards it, okay? As we go ahead, keep working on that exercise we showed you yesterday and how we are going to be responding to that, okay? So if no questions, then I'm going to hand over to Kristen. So you can still think of your questions and you can still ask us. All right, Kristen, over to you.
Thank you very much, Tanya. I'm just going to upload my presentation now. It should go quickly.
I see a hand raised. So does anyone have a question till Kristen is uploading his presentation? Rawan, do you have? Yes, Farida, go ahead. Go ahead, Farida. We can't hear you. Sorry.
It's uploading.
Hi, Tanya. I have a question. Normally, we use event descriptor for SRM. Can we use STI for SRM as well?
STI is always used for SRM. That's what contributes to SRMs, and that's why we have to be very careful that we are discerning what is STI and what is not STI. And that is why this training comes before the SRM online training, so we understand. So it is good STI. Remember the definition? Finally, it says it contributes to SRM. Everything in the SRMs is actually STI. Should be STI. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, over to you, Kristen. We can see your presentation.
Okay. Can anyone confirm that you can hear me loud and clear, please?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great, great.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Tanya. Thank you, colleagues, for attending this session. We will start the day two. We will have an interesting topic. Some of you might be familiar with this topic due to your different backgrounds. I'm sure most of you are from police, military, or other security services. So it's more or less similar to the topic that we will one that we are going to treat today. We do it differently as per our SOPs and as per our mandate. So we're going to look at this acquisition, which comes immediately after we have formulated the requirements. Then we were going to look at the standards of acquisition, how we do it, about the terminologies that we use, sources, and assessing their capabilities, building a source network, and also the internet as a source, because in the era of digitalization and with the advancement of AI and all of the fancy softwares that we use in our daily work, this is also becoming an important source for us, but we will see the particularities together and also the challenges. So, kickstarting it, this is the first step. I'm just reminding you the security threat information cycle. And like Tanya said in the previous day, yesterday, all of the different public institutions or private companies, private security companies, analysis companies, information analysis, whatever, they have some sort of an information cycle. We call it the security threat information cycle. And as you can see it on the screen, we are going to look today into the acquisition step. This is how we call it. Um, I will talk more about it during my through my slides, but we call it acquisition because we do not have a mandate as a UN for information or intelligence collection. But we will get through that in the next slides, and you will see the particularities and the details as per our SOPs. So now let's go over the first step of the STI cycle, which is acquisition. Um, Acquisition means and entails, we will see what it means and what it entails. And of course, as Tanya said, I re-emphasize that we can have I encourage you to contribute also to this session, whether by us having a chat or also by writing in the chat box to share your experiences, and we can talk about how we can go about this process later on. Basically, in the UN system, we are talking about the act of obtaining security threat information and other information by calling it acquisition. So we collect, we obtain, and we gather information. For the acquisition process to be successful, it must be planned, it must be coordinated, and executed. The threefold nature of acquisition, as you can see on the slide, includes collection, receipt, and development of STI. Resources and sources, and you're probably having your first question in your minds. What is the difference between resource and source? We will get to that. Just bear with us. So resources and sources also form a very important part of the acquisition process. We will be looking into that in the next slides. So basically, speaking about the whole process of obtaining information, in a normal scenario, we would be doing that in a various ways and means. But the question, or rather the challenge that rises, is how do we do so in the current scenario? As sometimes, it depends on our security situation on the ground. Sometimes we may have to cease our activities because of protests in, let's say, our location, and we might work remotely. Sometimes because due to different tasks that we are doing, we might be stuck in the office. So it's more and more challenging sometimes, and we have become heavily reliant in some of our work on getting information from the internet. whether it's social media, news websites, online journals. Um, and I'm sure you have seen the recent Generation Z protests, the ones in Morocco, in Madagascar, in Nepal. It all started online. And sometimes this is my point in the fact that sometimes the internet is becoming more and more as a tool for us. But nevertheless, it shouldn't be the only one. As they say, all information is good information, but not all information is knowledge. And we know that the internet is also flooded with a lot of information of all sorts. So let's have a chat on what are some challenges that you have faced with internet research. Uh, just let us know in the chat for a minute or two about these challenges, or if you want to have an intervention, raise your hand and feel free to talk with us about the challenges that you have encountered in dealing with internet information. Okay. Please, I want you all to contribute. It's an open discussion. There is no wrong or right answer. I encourage you to tell us. We won't use names. We won't say that this person said this. So yeah, Photoshops, fear mongering, propaganda, too much info to filter, not confirmed information. Yes, thank you. What else? Disinformation, misinformation, exaggeration news, biased news. True, there are some publications that are biased. They might favor a regime or another. Old information shared. There's new. Actually, this old information shared, the new, we call it in our SAPP training circular information, the one that resurfaces and resurfaces all over again. Credibility. True, true, true. Thank you. So yes, we have fake news. We have a lot of search engines, social networks. We are not sure of the authenticity. You can be purposely deceived, right? Too much information, neglect of other resources and sources that we might have on the ground that may know the real information. For example, if you have a rumor of a coup d'etat in a country, we just look at the internet and we say, oh my God, it's happening. Let's issue an STI. It might affect us, but we forget to call the deputy chief defense of staff or the operations officer in the SIM corps that we know that can tell us directly or can tell us at least nothing of this is happening or, confirm or unconfirmed information. We just go to the internet, which is not very good. I'm just giving an example. So yeah, passive research, exposure to cyber criminals. True, true. That can be also happening if we are not browsing with a VPN or with a powerful antivirus. But indeed, as you see, the threefold nature of acquisition on the slide, in collection, we need to request sources to share specific STI as per STI requirements, right? When we receive information, the different sources might share information upon their own initiative, or we might also task them, if we can, of course. Depending on the relationship with the sources, and you'll see that in the next slides. In terms of development, we can conduct targeted or baseline research as per our STI requirements, so we can do that. We can task some of our colleagues in different agencies or even saving lives together partners in NGOs if we want to verify some information, of course. Sarcastic remarks. Right. That's a good one. Right. So basically, the reason for the UN's adoption of the term acquisition, as I said, is based on the fact that the UN does not have the mandate for all forms of collection. Neither does it have the resources for this. So in the UN, the act of obtaining STI and other information is basically called acquisition. Basically, the sound and useful analysis relies on good quality of information that is received, and it should be received on time and in sufficient quantities, so that we do not risk basically overloading ourselves with information that is not relevant to us and getting entangled into a process that we are trying to analyze everything, but we do not reach in good time a conclusion that might help us inform our staff and forecast some situations. Right, we have spoken about the challenges we faced with internet research. Right, I was telling you that we will go through the acquisition standards. So STI acquisition, like all aspects of STI process and practice, is supported by a set of principles. The first one that you can see on the slide is planning. Planning is an overarching principle, and there is a need to plan to deliver results efficiently and to align closely to the STI requirements. We always need to plan to see what information interests us and what we can look into to get the good STIs. Second one is utilization, in which we are trying, by applying it, we are trying to ensure that resources and sources are utilized in an efficient manner. Of course, within the law and within the UN mandate, strictly. The third one is timeliness, and it relates both to timely reporting of STI. It's not useful if it's very late. If it's very late, then it can be kept as information for further exploitation, and that's historical information. And it relates also to knowing the appropriate amount of time to allocate to acquisition efforts. The fourth one is relevancy. And relevancy means prioritizing the most relevant information. And I was talking to you in the previous slide about information overload. We need to look at the relevant information in order to serve to the STI process purpose, right? Last one, but not least, is the control, which is oversight and management. Requirements and priorities can change. The DO or the CSA might direct us to look to other areas. They might change our requirements because they have probably better information than us, or maybe they want to add more direction to the process. It's their prerogative, of course. Right, let me play this video. I won't tell you anything, just watch it. Please pay attention, a lot of attention, concentrate. Yes, some of you who have seen this, please do not give the answer. It's not anyone. Okay. So see, it's about attention. The baseline with this video that we played, and I know it's an old one. I know many of you are familiar with it, but it's exactly what can happen to us as analysts when we are holding our analyst's hat. That we might be looking for a certain information, and we might be so concentrated and so caught up in that race to get the desired direction that the CSA or the DO or the SMT has given to us, that we must miss the obvious information that is basically in front of us. Now, as you can see in this slide, in terms of acquisition, we will talk also in the next days about examination and collation of information. But today, let's say we are focusing on acquisition. This is just an example of a planning that one might do for having, let's say, a weekly schedule, if possible, to have meetings, have networking events, or meet with various resources and sources to acquire the desired STI. I would like you not to imagine that analysts only stay in an office and they just receive emails from different FSAs and they just copy paste or put in nice words. We as analysts also go on the field, also meet with people and have discussions. Of course, we rely on FSAs, on our colleagues, and on our colleagues from other agencies. But however, we are also doing a lot of networking and trying to get in touch with as many people as possible within our mandate, of course, so that we can, let's just say, not master the security situation in our area because it's pretty impossible. It's very difficult, but at least to know the main trends and main patterns that might affect us directly and indirectly in terms of our personnel, installations, and operations. This is again let's say, an ideal work process, an agenda that we can set up for this acquisition process. I won't bore you too much with this one. I was talking to you about resources and sources. So basically, the difference is that a resource is the category of provider information to the security threat information management process. That is the acronym for STIM, either on request or on its own accord. A source, we refer it to basically simply the origin of information required. It can be either inanimate or human. For example, inanimate, it can be a website. Human, of course, we know it can only be a person. I have a question here in the chat. How do you know you have received enough quality STI as an analyst? Does it depend on what you are using it? Emergency versus ad hoc SRMs, SRM security risk management measures revisions. Right, we will get into that during these slides, and you'll see you will see that we have a section dedicated to let's say a sort of assessment of the source, the reliability of the source. So we can use even the NATO system A to F. Can you clarify the difference more? Right, you'll see it in the next slides because I'm coming up with examples as well. So types of resources, you have internal UN information. There are 3 types. So first one is internal UN information, right? This is a resource. The DSRs, the daily security reports, meeting minutes, other section agency reports, maybe a security advisory sent by an FSCO in a certain area, maybe the monthly report or the quarterly briefing notes, and so on and so forth. An ad hoc SRM, of course, can be also. SIRS report also can be internal UN information, right? Yes, thank you, Tanya, for thank you. Right. A second type of resource is member states. And in member states, you might have the information shared by host government police forces or military, member state briefings and notes, different information shared by embassy personnel. You know, you have, for example, the US or Canada embassy that issue advisories to its citizens. That also is a resource, right? Type of resource. And others. Under others, we have the news media, the different media outlets. We have INGOs, NGOs who are our SLT partners, right? We have academic papers, commercial businesses, websites, publications, different open source information, open source intelligence aggregators such as Janes, and so on and so forth. So basically, these are the resources. There are categories of resources, and then you have the sources, and basically you have sources existing within resources, right? Now, Coming back to managing sources and resources in the acquisition process, let's go again through the definitions of what both are, and yeah, then we can after we two, we can discuss how we can build or manage a source network in the field or whatever you have already in place in your respective duty stations. Again, I'm emphasizing that the reason for the UN's adoption of the term acquisition is based on the fact that the organization does not have the mandate for all forms of collection, and we don't even have the resources to do it. Yes, thank you, Tanya. Basically, these are the resources are basically a category of supplier or provider of information as shown on the slides. And you can see the three categories I was telling you about in the previous slide: UN internal, member states, and others. Basically, the UNSTI recognizes these three types of resources: UN internal, member states, and others. While the source, on the other hand, is the origin of a particular piece of STI or information, and it can, as I said in the previous slide, can be either inanimate or human. The source could be a map or a book. It can be a department within a government organization. It can be a UNFSO in the field. It can be a specific newspaper. It can be an entity such as a think tank or a civil society organization, and so on and so forth. But it also can include a person who is tasked to collect a certain information. And as I was telling you previously, sources exist within resources. Now, let us discuss on how to see. So sources basically exist within resources. Now, just as a small chat, as a small discussion with you, what is the process of building an internal or an external network for collecting security threat information? You know, some of you may have to start from scratch. Some of you inherit a structure or a network from their predecessors. But we always need to think about sensitivity and maintain confidentiality and trust. So how do you go about, for example, in your duty stations, in building a network of acquiring security threat information? Because we all need these networks, these contacts, like we call them, in order to you know what's happening and get a feel on the ground and possibly identify patterns and trends. So if you can write in the chat box, or if you want to have an intervention, then that will be very fine. So just as a few points, where do you start? Let's say you're deployed to a new duty station, you don't know anyone. Where do you start from? How do you go about it? Where do you continue, and where do you see you can expand? Information associates with some relation to local security apparatus. Yes, that's a good starting point. Identify reliable sources and test their capability, their reliability. National staff and colleagues in the office. That's a very good starting point. Gulam, please. You have your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm deployed in a new duty station, I would liaise with UNDSS, with security officers of other UN agencies, NGOs, INGOs, and then government officers, government authorities. I mean, we can share information, need to know basis. We can ask them what is relevant to our operation, and then government authorities usually share. That does not mean that they are sharing all secrets, but most of the information they are sharing with UN agencies. I mean, these are the resources in any country.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's a very good point. Yeah, we don't need to find out their secrets. We just need to find out what concerns us according to the principle need to know. I have a question here which I want to answer. How about UNDSS? If you are UNDSS, if you are UNDSS, then of course you have your national colleagues in the office, like one colleague said previously. You also have other UN agency security officers that have been probably for 1 or 2 or more years there in that duty station, and they also know. Then you can extend starting with the host government security forces. Then you can attend the SINCOR meetings, and then you can get in touch also with the SLT partners. You can get information also from other embassies. If you're, let's say, in a capital city and you have embassies there, you can attend their events and you can network with them. You can also get good information from the security focal points or security professionals from INGOs, from NGOs, participating in their informal forums or exchange of security information with them. But also, at the same time, when we do this, there is one point that I need to emphasize. We need to be extremely careful of giving information. When we give information, we should give it without saying as per the UN or the UN thinks so. When we are sharing it, we should share it very impersonal and very without the risk of us getting quoted like this is what the UN is saying. Right. Can a terrorist group or on an individual affiliate itself can be considered a validation source if they provide threat details to the UN? This is a very delicate question because in some areas the government forbids contact with terrorist groups expressly, and we should avoid this by all means. Because if there is no dialogue, if there is no, let's say you have a humanitarian operation where an armed group is operating, right? If you have, for example, like in some peacekeeping missions, some armed groups operating there, and there is a dialogue and there is humanitarian access negotiation with them, then that can be done probably, but also only by sanctioned people. If there is a terrorist group, and as Tanya very well said, if the government has designated it a terrorist group and it's also on the UN sanctions list, like for example in Nigeria, Islamic State in West Africa province is in the UN sanctions list, is designated as a terrorist group by the Nigerian government, no entity is allowed to negotiate or have direct conversations with them. The moment that is done, that entity will be banned from the whole of Nigeria. So we need to be very, very careful also with the sources and resources that we use. But we also have some red flags in this work with the resources and sources because we might have a duplication of information. We might have what I told you in the previous slides related to circular or cyclic information that's basically comes up and resurfaces every time. And although it's basic information and everybody knows it and it's not current, it's presented sometimes as current because you're new to the area. And of course, you need to do more research and more cross-checking of information because in order to avoid falling into that trap. But as some colleagues said in the chat box, it's a good point to assess the reliability of the sources, and we will get to that in the next slides as well. But usually when we start with an inner ring, the internal UN agency ring, the UN agency counterparts, other security analysts in the area. If you're in a peacekeeping mission, JMAC can be a point of start for you, or the JOC or the SIKU. OCHA, SIMCORD also can be a very good partner. It's a good practice to maintain regular contact with them and schedule some regular meetings or attend some regular meetings like the SIMCORD, and keep a mutual flow of information in order to be kept updated and also to update in your turn. But also in terms of exchange of information with host government security forces, of course, we need also to be wary that they have also their confidentialities, and also we must be also careful what information we exchange with them, of course. For example, you would have, if you want to exchange with security forces, Yes, we don't pay. I will get, thank you very much, Tanya. I will get to that because if we pay, then we change into something else, and basically the source is not called source anymore, and it's a different process. Um, Always, while the CSAs in your countries are maintaining a close contact with senior leadership in the host government security forces, various coat of arms, I think the best contact for an analyst will be to maintain contact on security threat information with some middle and junior officers, or those in the field. They can be the best source for security threat information for you. But always we need to filter the information, as if it comes from a single source, we need always to verify it. Triangulation is very good. Some of you who have worked in some backgrounds know that we need to at least check through three sources if possible, and that can be considered a good triangulated information. Also, you can also follow the local media. Although I know we need to be wary about media because some of them might be biased, then you can easily get in touch with your local colleagues. They know them. They know the history. They know the background of each media, and they can also, if it's in the local language, they can also help with some translations and um just send us the translations and help us with this. Um, Right, I have spoken about embassies and INGOs and NGOs. You can create a platform or you can join a platform on different groups, on Signals, on WhatsApps. Okay, WhatsApp, we need to be a bit wary with WhatsApp because it's not that encrypted, and a lot of rumors are propagated through it. But if there are groups like SLT platforms for with INGOs, NGOs, security professionals, after checking who is there and knowing that, at least there are more or less reliable people there, then you can also take advantage of those platforms. Even there are also in some countries, I know there are even embassy security groups that also can be joined, and some exchange can be done to some extent, of course. Yes, and thank you for that remark. Most of us government security forces are not willing to share some information. They have some reluctancy, of course, for obvious reasons. For example, if you want to know the amount of casualties, or if you want to know if, let's say, security forces convoy was attacked and was hit, and you want to know if that was true, probably they will have all the right not to disseminate the correct information because they know that they should keep it in a way that it shouldn't reach the other side. And it's also probably a means of keeping the morale high in their personnel. Yes, some sources might have a different agenda, and this is why we always need to verify. And yeah, that's why we collect indicators, and that's why we need to have some sort of a follow-up with sources and some sort of a rating. We can use the NATO standard from A to F and 1 to 5. I think all of you are familiar with that in terms of grading the reliability of an information, and also to check the reliability of our contacts. Right, but this is done over a period of time, and over a period of time, I'm sure it will be easier to ascertain the reliability of resource once you basically start to know the context and start to gain some insights. It would be easier to ascertain the reliability of the resources. And yes, I think a pretty good example in another resource that can be used, that can be also the security managers from the hotels in your areas, for example. Because if you learn about a possibility or a rumor of a curfew being imposed by the local authorities and you don't get any feedback from the police or from the civil defense or other authorities in your area, you can always, for example, check with the hotels, because they should be the ones who know first when the curfew arrives. Because, for example, if they have customers, they'll be probably the first to know if a curfew is going to be implemented. I'm just giving an example. Right, discreetly and without being involved in favors, of course, because favors lead to other interpretations. Right, so let's do a small exercise after this. Sorry, I was just looking at the chat. Yes. Let's just do an exercise to uh, what can be good sources or not so good sources. So I would like you to answer in the chat. What do you think about Wikipedia? Nikolai, I think you want to intervene.
Bad
Sorry,
source.
wrong button. I wanted to put my thumb down. It's wrong. It's not good source of
Okay.
information. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yes, indeed. Yeah, it can be helpful if you don't know the location of a town, whether it's in which county or in which state, that can help you a bit. But yes, it can be easily manipulated and it's not a good source for us, for sure. What about Jane's intelligence review, crisis management? Yeah, basic info. True. Yes, it can be. It can be a good source of information, right? It can be. What about Fox News? Gulam, you want to intervene?
Yeah,
Please.
yeah. I think this is Gen Intelligence Review or Fox News. Good sources, but still biased.
Janes, they usually have thoroughly verified information, and they are also in touch with some people on the ground. So basically, we can consider them to some extent, but always, as it is open source intelligence, we recommend that you always check if you have contacts on the ground. It's better to check with them also before, we cannot base our analytical products only on, or our STIs only on what we receive over the internet. Even if we have a subscription to Jane's Intelligence, to Site, or to other forums, maybe it's always best to check. Fox News, as you said, Gulam, it's biased. It can it can be very biased, and we shouldn't consider it. Exactly. Some info may be manipulated or taking sides. Cross-check with other sources. Very good answer. Thank you very much, Hassan. What about international crisis group? I think some of you are familiar, or if not most of you, with these people. Is it a good one? Shall we think that we know more than them and they don't know anything? And yes, indeed. They have deep roots in the field. Exactly. But even if it's a good source, no, nobody is perfect. Even sometimes some people can, irrespectively if you were talking about Janes, ICG, or other people. Yeah, but mostly we can consider it a good source. What about this one? A newspaper. Is it a good one? Is it a bad one? Shall we trust 100% what they write in the newspaper? Don't look at the writing. It's just an illustration of a newspaper, basically. Right. Well, it depends. It's to be checked. As Nadia said, it can be checked. Yeah, and some might have political motivations. So it can be a good one. It can be a bad one. A PhD thesis on political violence in Europe, dated from 1978. Can it be reliable? Pravda is better. Thank you, Oleg. Yeah, it was just an illustration. You know, we could have put New York Times or Daily News or Punch Nigeria or something else, but yeah, we might change that photo. Right, outdated, of course. And the last one, the FSA, shall we trust him or her? Shall we give them credit?
Yes.
No. No, yes, of course we can, because we have a selection process. We have hired some profiles, some people who are professional, who did this for a living, and now they are doing it for the UN. And of course, we need to trust them. Okay, nobody's perfect, you know, everybody, you know, sometimes, as somebody said in the previous comments, it's a network failure. Maybe somebody from our network fails us unintentionally, but most of the times, of course, we can official and credential source, yes, are the backbone of info, exactly, because they are from the country, they know the context, they know the insights, yeah, can say that they can see they can see some things which are in the background that us that we spent 3 maximum 4 years in a duty station as internationals, we cannot see it, and they have better insights.
Kristen, sorry, do you want to just give a 10-minute break? Sorry to interrupt. Do you want to just give a short break of 10 minutes before we get back?
Sure. I was getting after
Okay,
the next
totally
slide,
up
but
to
it's
you.
fine.
After the next, no, let's do the
No, it's
next
fine.
slide.
It's fine. It's fine. Let's do the 10-minute break. It sounds good.
Okay, all right. I'll put it
You
in.
see that some other people are happy about it, so I don't want to be the unpopular person here.
All right. Okay. No,
Right.
yeah, I was getting
Okay.
messages. That's right. All right. Okay. Colleagues,
Thank
let's
you.
get
Thank
back
you.
after exactly 10 minutes. That's 12 past 10 New York time. I'll write it down in the chat. So 10 minutes.
I'll take advantage and fill my coffee cup also.
All right, everyone, we'll just start in a few seconds. Hope you all had some good break, stretching, coffee, burpees. And any questions, just let us know. We're still going through a lot of terminology, but it's very important to be on the same page, right? When we're talking about analytical terminology, using it, so you can see we have 3 resource categories. And as Kristen mentioned, yeah, then we have the sources which fall into resources. So source is exactly where the information is coming from. And that source, whether human or inanimate, will fall into one of the 3 resource categories. All right. So yeah. Okay, he's back. Over to him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let me apologize for the slight delay. Okay, so now we are going to do an exercise just to basically fix the knowledge more to related to resources and sources. So as we spoke, the category of supplier or provider of information are the resources, which are of 3 types: UN internal, member states, and others. Now let's do this exercise and qualify the sources that you see on the right-hand side of the slide into these types of resources. So when we are talking about the local police chief, what type of resource is the local police chief?
Other. Member state.
Right, member states. Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What about the local shopkeeper? What type
Others.
of resource
Other.
can that be? Other. Thank you very well. What about Ansmin, the beloved Ansmin?
UN internal.
UN internal.
All right, UN internal, US embassy. What can it be?
Member states.
Member states.
State.
US internal. It's just other.
Other.
Okay, UNDSS
If you are not in the
FSCO.
US, if you are not in the US, it's other. If you are inside of US, it's a member state.
Yeah, but it's UN embassy, which is outside of the US usually. You are talking about the embassies overseas. What about the UNDSS FSCO?
Internal. United Nations internal.
Internal UNHCR staff member?
UN internal. UN internal.
And internal. CNN.com.
Others.
Other, very well, thank you. And what about Save the Children?
Other.
Other, yes, the SLT partners are also classed amongst the others as a resource amongst U.S. Embassy, also which can be a member state, but the journalists, the newspapers, and the INGOs, we put them into other, right? Okay. So in terms of collection, tasking or asking sources for information, because some of them we can task, some of them we can only ask. For example, if we are an analyst, we can task our FSA who is with analysis, or the FSA who is working with us. But in order from some other people, we just ask, right? If we are talking about host government security forces or member states, we can ask. Kindly mute your microphone, colleagues. Right. So we need in this process we need to remember the acquisition principles again. So I will just refresh them to you. So planning, the overarching principle, we need to plan to deliver results efficiently and to align closely to the STI requirements, right? That were formulated before we started the acquisition process. Then utilization to ensure that resources and sources are utilized efficiently within the law and within the UN mandate. We have the timeliness, which relates both to timely reporting of STI, which is not useful if it's very late, and also knowing the appropriate amount of time to allocate to acquisition efforts. We have also the relevancy, prioritizing the most relevant information, and the last one, control, which entails oversight and management. And by these means, requirements and priorities can change as directed by our management. We need also to remember, as a tip, in this acquisition process, to avoid to overtask sources, avoid to neglect useful sources, and also the options that we have. We were talking about tasking and asking, so it can be formal request for information, an RFI sent to one of our colleagues, one of our agencies, or it can be informal taskings as well. But also in the whole of this process, as some of the colleagues said in the comments about employing discretion and sensitivity in this process, by this we are also working towards building trust and confidence. And confidentiality is also another key point. We don't cite our sources. We don't cite them. We don't name persons because basically we might expose our sources unnecessarily. So it's a very sensitive manner, and we need to act with confidentiality and discretion all the time, as you will see also in other slides. Right. Small chat. What about you, and how do you normally ask sources for information? Do you task them? Do you send a formal request, an informal request? Do you kindly ask them if you can verify some information? What sources do you normally use? What challenges do you face? And what has worked well for you? If you can lay some of your thoughts in the chat, that will be highly appreciated. And I encourage you to, this will be Chatham House rules. It's basically a training in which we encourage everyone's participation, and there is no right or wrong answer. Thank you. If you can, for 1 or 2 minutes, share some of your experiences related to the question slide, that would be great. Because this also helps us to enrich the training. This is, of course, a training, but it doesn't mean that we cannot learn from you and your past experiences. We are keen to do that. Thank you. So kindly share. Yes, thank you.
So I guess for me, it depends on the situation, it depends on the context, and I guess it depends on
Sorry,
how you've developed the
we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Can you say again, please? Yes, now now we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Perfect. I guess it depends on the source and how much time you've invested in the source as well. So if there's always like correspondence and there's always exchange, then it's easy to kind of even rectify, like, the credibility and the context of the information you're getting. This is how, so I guess it depends on the source itself, and then also how much time you put in to kind of gain more information.
Ahmed, you're breaking a lot. If you can put the question in the chat, that will be highly appreciated. Adil. No, first Chantal and then Adil. You have your hands up, please. Chantal, please go ahead. I think you should unmute your mic. Chantal, can you hear me?
And plus in SLM is criminal is high. Sometimes I can use UNDSS and this local times can listening the news TV. Normally I use all resources, donor, state, and others. The challenge is sometimes some government person sometimes don't like to share information because they say we report all violation of our maybe to New York, Geneva, whatever. Donc there is some stereotype on that. What was well for me is a local police report to have the contact of and the WhatsApp group, security, Sarah, and partners. Anything but that is all.
Okay, thank you, Chantal, thank you. Okay, Ahmed, let me see. Yeah, it depends on the type of source, affiliation. True, and how strong the network has been built previously. Indeed. Yes, thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you. Adil, and then Peter, please.
Yeah, for the source for information, also in some cases or situation, as a former security element with the government, you can also rely on your teammate, on your teammates, and also in the close friends and close relatives, wherever there is an operation or the operation is going on our activity is going on. Try to build a good relationship and with close friends. Also, relative can be used wherever I have a relative around the area. For sure, that will be very reliable. And the challenge, sometimes if you repeat it to ask, especially for the government elements, they will have some doubts. Why this UN and they collecting, asking about these issues. So sometimes they get doubt if you repeat it. So it will be very sensitive. And what has worked well for you? Yeah, all it works. This depends on how is the relation with this source. It depends on you, how you build the relationship, how do you build the trust with your relative, with your close friends also can be good source. Additional to that, as I mentioned, also as an old security with the government. Also, you have a good close friend there still working there, so you can get benefit also and good have a good information and reliable information also. Thank you.
Thank you, Adil. I'll take Peter's intervention and then we can move on because time is not our friend. Thank you, Adil.
Yes, thanks so much, Christian. For me, through experience, mostly if you look for official communication information, you'll wait forever. And by the time information comes to you, it's quite late if you're ever going to get it. So my principle has always been to dig my well before I'm thirsty. That is whenever I know government officers, we build rapport well in advance. Of course, somebody just mentioned maybe meeting for a cup of coffee and such like, so that whenever now I need information, I go to these individuals they are able to share with me information. But of course, normally they'll tell you that officially, if they write to you, they'll write to you what maybe the governments want to say. But actually, the same person who is in the same government position will give you a different angle when you have rapport with them, and this information might be very relevant for what you are looking for. So it goes to the information then that you get, how you use it. Are you going to say that the government has said this? Because you expose then that individual. So in as much as it's not hiding the information you get, it's my end use, how I'm going to use that information. So I just get information I did, take it through the process, and then the end use like dissemination. If it's just to avoid some place, this is the planning that we have to make in the office. We start making these processes without mentioning or disclosing the individual, but I got the information that I needed without hurting anyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have to move forward a bit, colleagues. Right. So, speaking about human sources, if for some of you who didn't manage to have your interventions, you can please put them please put your remarks in the chat. Right. So basically, in terms of we said that the sources can be inanimate or human sources. There is no problem with the word source when we are referring to organizations, publications, or websites, right? Or some other sources. But the problem can arise with the word source when we are relating it to humans. Especially when we are talking about humans. It sounds like spying, espionage, like clandestine activities, right? So this is why, for the UN purposes, we use a special terminology, such as there are distinctions in the meaning of use of these terms, right? So there is the term of informant, there is a term of interlocutor, there is a term of contact and associate, and we will get to them in this slide. Interlocutor is basically a provider of information to the UN. It is he or she is acting as the link within an organization to the origin of the information, and it applies to any organization or entity with which the UN has an information sharing relationship. Even another member from another UN entity with whom one has an information sharing relationship could be termed as an interlocutor. For example, the RSO, the security officer of a diplomatic mission with whom information is being shared, could be an interlocutor. The key word here is sanctioned, as you can see on the slide, sanctioned relationship, right? And the relationship should be sanctioned by both the host country or organization and the mission or the duty station, right? Generally, an open relationship is maintained with an interlocutor, but this is not absolute. Now this is not absolute. We have information associate. This is a person that is not employed by the state, who provides information as a result of relationship between themselves and the UN Security Threat Information Management personnel, right? But care must be taken to protect the identity of the associates and the nature of the relationship in some circumstances. It's called the principle of do not harm a person not employed by the state who provides information as a result of a relationship between themselves and the UN personnel, right? The critical element is that this person may not be in state employment. If the person is the employee of any state, then the relationship must be sanctioned, as mentioned above, and the person will be termed as interlocutor. Such an information associate can be a newspaper vendor who is ideally placed, for example, to watch the traffic passing by UN compound, for example. And there are some things which we need to pay attention to. For example, the giving of gratuities or gifts to such persons is not restricted to the same degree as to an interlocutor. but it's highly unlikely that the UN budget will be used for such purposes, right? All interactions must be conducted in accordance with the UN Code of Conduct. Care must be taken, however, that the host country does not perceive relationships with information associates that we may have to be a form of espionage of subversion, especially if gratuities are paid. Requesting information related to state security could be construed by the host country as an espionage, so we need to be careful what we ask for. Care must be taken also to protect the identity of the associates and the nature of the relationship in some circumstances. Then we have the term of informant, right? The handling of informants is usually a specialized task, and it's associated with high security and confidentiality usually. As a general practice, the UN cannot use paid informants, except there is an exception in unique situations when it is decided and authorized by the competent authorities at HQ and corresponds to the mandate and associated legal arrangements with host countries, only in that circumstance. And this decision may not be taken unilaterally by security professionals, never. The international term humans is never used with UN security environment. The entire concept of using human sources in an intelligence role is against the nature and spirit of the UN. So basically, an informant is generally paid, and it's used mostly by host countries by terminology of secret services and so on and so forth. Let's do a small exercise of what types of human sources are these. Based on the previous slide that we are talking about, we're talking about interlocutor, information associate. What types of human sources are these? Interlocutor, right, it's sanctioned. And it's a resource of it's considered to be in the category of member state, right?
If he is not retired already. If he is not retired already.
Yes, but in some countries, even retired security forces may still have obligations binding them. You know, for example, being a reservist, it might be in some countries they might still have obligations. You know.
Right.
What about the second picture? Thank you. What about the second picture? UNHCR colleague, right? But which type of source? Interlocutor, right? No, it's an interlocutor. It's not an info associate because interlocutors can be even in between UN agencies because it's a sanctioned relationship, right? What about this one, the third one? A news, a journalist. What can a journalist be? Right, information associate. It's an information associate. Someone asking me to go back to the definition slide. Right, I'll go. What exactly are you interested in?
Yeah, hi, sorry, it was me. I was just a little bit confused between interlocutor and information associate. So I'm reading the definition. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Interlocutor should be a person, exactly. Should be a person employed by a government or employed by an organization, which we basically have a sanctioned relationship with. And both the organization and the host government agree that we are focal points and we can talk on security issues. And thank you, Tanya. Informants are usually paid. They are usually used by services of host government. We cannot use them because we cannot pay for information. It is not in our mandate. It is not in the spirit of course, of the UN as well. Right. How to evaluate the capabilities of sources. This is more than just the source's access to potential information, right? Sources can be also evaluated in terms of their inherent abilities and limitations. it is crucial for selecting which source to task for specific information. In terms of ability, we are looking at the inherent capabilities of the source and what it can do or provide, or what advantages are inherent in the source. For example, in terms of geographical access, in terms of relationships, links, connections. In what concerns limitations, we are looking at what the source is not able to do or access, or what disadvantages are inherent in the source. For example, cultural context, male and female spaces, ethnic consideration, and so on and so forth. We are looking also in terms of dangers. We are looking at for example, the deliberate deception by sources, as one of the colleagues said. Physical dangers of harassment or violence, exposure to UN users who may be traceable, also dangers that you might create for the source. If an information associate is being seen meeting you, he might be in danger in his own community as perceived, or in danger. He might be endangered by an armed group, seeing as a spy, spying the activities of that armed group, for example. Yes, in some countries, indeed, these are the challenges that we were asking you about, because not in all environments it's not in all environments that we can have sources, indeed. Because of the specificities of the respective environments, respective areas of respective countries, right? So indeed, that is a challenge that, yes, it's very well noted, and thank you for sharing it. Indeed, it's a big challenge. Right. Now, as a comparison between good and bad information sources, you can see that a good source will give you relevant, reliable, accurate, understandable value. Well, value for money, it's just a way of saying. Of course, we do not pay sources, but it will give you fit for purpose and up-to-date information, right? A bad one, we can assess it simply by looking at if they are constantly sending us information which is partial, inaccurate, misleading, untrustworthy, inconsistent, plagiarized, or insightful, or out of date, or very biased, then that's a bad source of information. It's just a way of assessing the sources. Very important also the source capabilities. In terms of capabilities, we can look at language as well, because we operate in multilingual environments, some of us. I give the example of South Sudan, where you have different dialects, so no use of having someone which doesn't speak the local language, and then you are trying to get reliable information from that person, right? But we are also sometimes risking to neglect sources due to language because we don't speak that language. So this is why Tanya said earlier that FSAs, this is one of the reasons also why the FSAs are the backbone of UNDSS, because most of them speak the local languages, and they can help us relate to these people who don't speak our language. Translations, as I can say, and also it relates to tasking sources, the language used in which you task the source. And it's very important, speaking about FSAs, that they give the information per se as they receive it to managers, and avoid some different translations, which sometimes includes personal opinions. So translating it directly, it's very good. Then they can provide a personal opinion, but the information should be given translated per se. Now let's watch this. Let's watch this short funny movie related to how we ask our questions. It relates also to how we ask for information sometimes. There's a better way to get directions. Right. So the poor guy was just trying to ask for directions, but what did he do wrong? He asked it in a wrong manner, right? It isn't working. It isn't, you haven't seen it? Yeah, it isn't working for the guy, of course. But indeed, it's just maybe an exaggerated way to show us basically how sometimes we have one question to ask, we need to ask for information, and we have, let's say, prepared the message, but it's also a matter of how we do it and how we ask. In the next film that we will see, it's also related. I'll play another funny video. It's also related to the language barriers. And keep in mind that not all of us are native speakers of English or of French or whatever UN working language you use in your area, or Spanish, for example, or Arabic. We are not native speakers, all of us. We just learned it in an academic or less academic way. Culture should be careful, of course. Culture should, yes, we should be careful of culture, and that's why cultural awareness is a very, very important thing in this acquisition process. Thank you for that observation. And because we don't speak, let's say, native English, we might misunderstand some words or some approaches. So let me play this for you, and you'll see what I mean in the next one. Yes, even shaking hands sometimes put people in trouble in some culture. True, true, very much true, very much true. In some cultures, familiarity is it can be a deal breaker, indeed. Right. So what about your experiences? How do you ask for information from sources using different languages? What challenges do you face and what solutions do you have? Please share with us either on the chat box, or if you want to intervene, please raise your hand. Anyone has a take on this slide about how you do with asking for information from sources that do not speak the language? Yes, please, please. I think we have some old hands up. Adil, is it an old hand or a new one?
It's a new hand. Thank you, Christian.
Please.
Usually, we set up like a monthly meeting with officials with security focal points from host government, from security, and we usually also have UNDSS or other sister agencies security focal points join us, who can speak the local language. And we agree in advance about the agenda of the discussion points. So we just remain in the track of the purpose of the meeting and try to give the time for the focal point to tell us about the information that will help us in our operation as UN humanitarians, and avoid asking any questions that might make him feel like the question is not a proper one, and maybe it is for other purposes. And because in some countries they might think that you need to send a report about the situation in that area. So it's always preferable to just focus on the benefit of the people of concern, the situation of the displaced people at the border area, and the security of the UN humanitarians. So we use our colleagues, our UN staff, security focal points from different agencies, maybe to help us and have a good information and to interpret what we receive from the security focal point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Adel. Peter, you're up next. I see a hand. Is it an old one? Peter, can you hear us? I see your hand up. Is it an old hand or is it a new one?
No, Christian, it's my hand is not up. Maybe somebody else. I see two alphas.
Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Then Ahmed is up, please. Ahmed Abdullah Rahman, I see your hand up, please.
I'm trying to
Old hand.
trying to lower it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Then I see Abdirahman Osman, please. Abdirahman, can you hear us? Abdirahman, is it an old hand or a new one? Right. Since Abdirahman is not answering, let me move to Khalid. Khalid Atwibi.
It's an old hand and it's still stuck. I don't know why.
Okay. Mona Momeni.
I would just speak hypothetically because we don't really have a human, source here. But I would be careful with my first question because that would somehow at least partially set the tone. I would be willing to let the person take the lead. Like if they want to direct me into a particular direction, then I will let them do that. And little by little build on the atmosphere that I've created. And the challenges, like our colleagues mentioned, the cultural dimension and what I call political dimension, meaning depending on where that person comes from. What do I mean by come from? If, for example, that person works for a particular organization that politically and categorically we may be rivals, I don't know, we may be sensitive towards each other, then I will be careful about that dimension also. I don't know if I explain myself well to you, because here we have that, depending on where that source comes from. If they belong to a particular organization, I need to be careful with that. I need to be careful what topics I'm touching, how far I'm pushing him. So that's, and the solution is practice. Practice, and I would suggest have a team. Having a team would help. If there are other people among the staff, I know that security units in different operations is not huge. So have a team, just help each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mona, for this valuable contribution. Indeed, there is no 100% handbook on how to interact and how to play about in these contexts. So it's indeed, as you said, careful about sensitivities and carefully worded questions, and of course, to adapt constantly. And being supported by a team, that is also a great thing. Right. If nobody has any other questions, I would kindly ask our colleagues who have their hands up, old hands, to lower them so that we can give a chance to other colleagues in the next sessions. Thank you. Yes, some skills cannot be taught. Indeed, there are some social skills, of course, and indeed, but with time, with adaptation, I see a hand up from a new hand up from Robert.
Yes, sir. Sorry. I don't know whether, like in asking questions, sometimes we have got people who worked from different organizations, but they will be in a counterintelligence mission. Sometimes when you ask questions, they automatically know what do we mean. Then at the same time, they will try to to disturb. Sometimes things will not work well because they will be knowing what we want to get. And at the same time, sometimes they will want to know the organization, things like that, when asking questions. These some of the challenges that we have on sources. We can think is a source, then you will become the source yourself. Thank you and all.
Indeed a challenge. Indeed a challenge. Thank you for sharing this with us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right. If we don't have anything else, let's move on to open sources. Basically, the concept of open source information, OSI as we call it, is not considered the resource type, but rather the manner, method, or media of conveying information, right? Any of the three UN resource types, UN internal, member state, or other, can provide information in an open source manner. I mean, they all have, even you have the host government that has websites and they publish some information, they put it for the public, for everyone to see. We also have our UN agencies' websites. We have also the UNSMIN. Okay, UNSMIN is not that open, only certain people have access to it, but it still can be somehow considered. So basically, we have the newspapers, we have the books, various television channels, of course, the internet that we were talking about earlier, chat groups, whether it's WhatsApp, whether it's Signal, and of course the social media environment. Just some examples of open source digital tools. And this is an example of one of them, Bellingcat's open source digital tools that looks throughout a lot of engines, as you can see, a lot of search engines, looks through social media, looks through Google, through Yahoo, through every kind of various media and sources of information online, and you can see basically this is what we call the open source information landscape. As you can see it's very, very, very vast. So basically the open source, some people call it open source intelligence, peacekeeping mission call it OSINT, open source intelligence, of course. It has become an essential tool for some organizations, government agencies, individuals, and the UN to collect and analyze data from different sources, including our three resource types. Remember, UN internal, member states, and other. The UN website is an example. As we publish reports by member states or freely available academic papers by universities. Open source information is typically interpreted as information which is available to the public. And this information can be obtained from internet, various blogs, newspapers, journals, television, radio, books, encyclopedias, conferences and other academic resources, private companies, and even analytical think tanks, right? They can also include exclusive subscription sources, for example, Jane's Intelligence, or site intelligence. You have also restricted information or limited, right? If membership is limited to specific interlocutors or on invitation only, then such services may fall into one of the three resource types as described in previous slides, like UN internal, member states, or other. For example, if you have a membership with an INGO or let's say a membership with INSO, then that is not open source anymore. Then that's basically other in the category of resources. And as I said, the open source information is not considered a resource type, but rather the manner, method, or media of conveying information, right? And the internet is considered as one of the most valuable and accessible open sources globally, the largest one, basically. Examples of open sources, for example, the internet, we all know it has the ability to provide a wide range of information on wide ranges of topics, available 24/7. You don't need a subscription, you just go online. But the limitations are, of course, too much information. You need internet access and electricity, and also you have basically you have the challenges and the dangers with the fact that some websites are biased, misleading, a lot of disinformation, misinformation, fake news, even psyops can be propagated through these websites, and UN users also may be traceable. Just to give you an example, maybe this is a very sensitive example, but I'll give it to you. For example, if you go on certain websites or even on the dark web, you can be traceable, and then you might have host government authorities knocking on your door. Why are you following these sites? Why is it of an interest to you? Colleagues, please mute your microphones, please. Can you please all mute your microphones? Thank you. Right. So these are the challenges with the using the internet, right? Although it seems as a very easy tool, it can backfire quite easily, right? Right. So can you please write in the chat again, which social media networks, for example, or websites did you find more useful for research and getting information? I think we talked about this. We talked about the challenges that we face with the internet research in the previous slides. But for example, what did you find as a good source in the internet? First Alert. Yeah, on X. In some countries there are some group of activists that publish their intent to demonstrate or to carry out protests on X, indeed. And some of the protests, like the Gen Z protest I was mentioning to you, they started off from social media, and you could pick it up from there also. The gossip. Yeah, the gossip, the rumors, sometimes they might come true, sometimes not, but it's very tricky to go around with them. Insecurity, insight. True. Yeah, we can have also, there is also ACLED, but that sometimes requires a subscription, right? So it goes into the other category of resources. Telegram, Al Jazeera, BBC. Yeah. Right. Thank you very much for your contributions. But of course, all of these outlets, they can deceive us at some point. Right. So we spoke about the vast amount of information being available on the internet and its authenticity, but I would like you all to look at this picture on the slide and let me know what you think about it. It is a photo of Abraham Lincoln, US president between 1861 and 1865, quoting about the internet.
By this time, Abraham himself was not and died a long time by the invention of internet. So by itself, this photo is also a big lie. Thank you, Christian.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you very much for your enrichment to this slide. Exactly. Exactly. Einstein also. Yes, there are also some of these circulating with Einstein. So you see how easy it is on the internet sometimes. Some people in some country, they can just put a photo of a government official and then a quote next to it, and then or next to some activists, and start propagating some very worrying rumors or some fake information to try to carry out a certain agenda. So yeah, thank you for all your contributions. He was on the wrong side of the internet invention, as the colleague said previously. Apollinaire, if you can, yeah, please.
Yes, yes. I just want to intervene to share the Abraham Lincoln opinion or statement regarding all news we can find in internet. Those news or information are commented, and the author can't avoid to add their own opinion, not fact but opinion. A reason why I agree with Abraham Lincoln to not believe everything you can read in internet, because inside there are some opinions which are individual consideration, and you can't take it for granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Apollinaire. Thank you for your intervention. Does anyone else have something else? Remark, I see 5 hands up, but I'm not sure if they are old hands or new hands. So please go ahead.
Mine could be, hello?
Elijah, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I think in the with the internet sourcing now, of course, there's a lot of playing intelligence. So people use pictures of famous people or those that have been influential and associated with a statement to think that this is what people say. And when you get that quote, you think it is genuine because it is associated with a certain picture, such as this one. So one may think, okay, this is Abraham Lincoln, so that means the statement is correct. But this is what is some someone need to, like someone had mentioned earlier on, like during the time of Abraham, was internet really there? Where was he aware that there are a lot of these? So person also need to reflect on those statements, whether they are being really genuine or this person really mentioned these statements in order to also check on your information.
Right. We always need to filter these information and always be wary about these things that you mentioned. Thank you so much. Gida Anan, please go ahead.
So just a general comment that we have witnessed here in Syria. It's just a personal experience. Mostly when massacres do happen, some people would actually go up to spy certain events and take footages of old massacres and just inflict it, like to make it look that this is really currently happening to a certain area, when we know that these areas are actually going through massacres, but we know that these footages do not belong to the same event.
Thank you very much, Gida. We experienced this, okay, not massacres, but related to civil unrest in Nigeria 2 years ago at some point. There were some calls for nationwide protests, and there were a lot of old photos, old videos published since 4 or 5 years ago, saying that this is happening now in Abuja, this is happening now in Lagos. Let's go out. It's outrageous. Some people trying to incite demonstrators on through social media, to gain traction with their own agenda and make a protest gain more traction. So I think unfortunately it's a tactics used in many more countries. Robert, I'll take Robert's intervention and then we need to move forward. I'll take Robert's
Yes, thank you,
intervention,
sir.
the last one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I think this also happened in post-election period here in Mozambique, where some old videos were being posted on internet that also instigated other cities, saying that this is happening in Maputo, capital city. Then the other small cities, they start thinking that this is Maputo, whereas it's nothing, it's an old video which is not related to that. Those ones, they can also mislead. So some of the information that we get on social media should be triangulated so as to see that is it real or not. It's not to take straight away and believe on it. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you, Robert, for your contribution. Right. So about this, this is why sometimes some of these propaganda operations over the internet succeed, because you will see the next statistics I will show you about the global internet use, just for us to know and be mindful about the internet as a source sometimes. So basically, dated February 2025, this is how much people. It's the overview of the adoption and use of connected devices and services. It doesn't state necessarily laptop or phone, but for example, the total population, you can see here a lot of people having access to internet, right? 5.78 billion people having access to mobile phone subscribers, right? Individuals using the internet, from the total population of 8.20, you have 5.56 billion people, almost 68% of the world population using the internet, right? So it's getting more and more spread, the use of internet. Social media user identities, that doesn't mean that this reflects all the people, because people may have multiple accounts, of course, but versus the total population, there is a percentage of almost 64%, right? This is these statistics, you can find them online as well. It's Digital 2025 global overview report on global digital insights data reportal. So you can I'll just write it in the chat box for you. You can check these numbers. Global overview.
Kristen, sorry, should we take a quick break?
Yeah. Sure. I think we can. I got carried out. Sorry. I got carried away.
No, it's good. It's good. No, we're there backing each other.
Yeah, yeah. Our colleague shouldn't make any promises that he won't take any coffee this late, because I cannot promise that also for myself. Thank you. Have a good break. Okay, colleagues, I think the coffee break or whatever break has been concluded. So now we can continue, we can carry on. And I'm going to still present you some statistics related to internet use. These are also published by Digital 2025 Global Overview Report. It's the same one. You can see since 1990 how many internet users we had, and up to 2025, you see there's a constant growing trend related to this. Also, we are seeing the top websites used by internet users. So you can see Google, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. We see WhatsApp, we see X, Wikipedia, ChatGPT, and so on and so forth. Some of you mentioned these ones as well. This is why when using internet, we always need to ask ourselves the following questions. Who really uses the internet in your area? What kind of information is available and in which language? And what potential dangers exist when using the internet? And very important, not to over-rely on the internet as an STI source. Of course, we can use some things because there are, in some countries, some publications that have reliable sources and they can be more reliable than others. But this is why I was saying in the beginning of my presentation of today that irrespectively, we should not rely solely on the internet. We should check with our contacts on the ground. And this is why it's important for us to have a good network of interlocutors, information associates on the ground, and also our UN internal colleagues. We should be very well interconnected because as we say, there is a one UN, and we should have good coordination amongst ourselves, especially when we are talking about security threat information that may directly or indirectly impact our personnel, installations, or operations. Very important about the language and the language barriers in a certain area that can be overcome by our backbone of UNDSS, by the FSAs, of course, that can help us translate certain dialects or certain languages that we do not speak. And of course, using to its full extent our network of contacts, as I previously said. Now, there are multiple ways, to require security threat information, which we will be looking in detail in more detail shortly. Now, for example, the other types of resources that we have, basically within the UN resources, we have the UN official documents, right? Such as, and we can also use the SIRS as one of our official UN sources related to our reports, if you want to use them in analysis and so on and so forth. But we also can use the news and other publications to which access can be provided via the UN library, right? We have the Dag Hammarskjöld library. We can use also that in order to look at past trends, at some historical analysis of the areas that we may operate in, and find out more. And at least to give us a glimpse, probably we won't find the 100% insights, and they won't tell us the key to solving the problems in a certain area from a safety and security standpoint. But at least it will give us, if we are new to a duty station, it will give us an orientation on what key issues or aspects to look for, right? Some pillars related to our research and some of the requirements that we might get from the DO, the CSA, or the SMT, right? Another example of a resource is also, I'm sure there are a lot of you who use ACLED, the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, which aggregates incident data mainly based on media reports. This is an example of an open source database with which can be very searchable, and you can find maps of different conflicts, different incidents also. But sometimes it's also good that you might be having a better network in your area, and you might have better statistics. You might have a database which is handled by UNDSS at your location and by your FSAs, and you might have more accurate data. This is why always open source needs to be cross-checked with the realities on the ground. This is an example of an incident report from SEERS, from UNSMIN. I think you all recognize it. You all use it. Some of you have access to this one, right? For those who are in UNDSS, you also have access to input incidents. You also have access to endorse incidents here in SEERS, and it's also a searchable database. But this is more of a UN internal database. We cannot consider it an open source. This SEERS in UNSMIN that we all use. Yeah, ACLED needs subscription. However, they get information. It's also a manner in which they get information, because they get information mostly from media, from articles, from the press. While if you look at UNSMIN, this is basically information that was inserted in the system, that was input by FSAs, by FSCOs, by area security advisors. So there's a slight difference between ACLED and UNSMIN. So we can give, let's say, more credibility to the UNSMIN when checking some events. That is my point. Also from UNSMIN, you have the GeoHub applications for visualizing SEERS incidents, UN premises, SRAs, security risk assessments, and other UNSMIN geospatial data. You can filter data by designated area, search data, add local data on the map, and also export data or a map of your AOR. And I'm sure most of you have access to normally you should have access to UNSMIN. Also, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Aid Worker Security Database. It's a global database of security incidents impacting humanitarian organizations. There is, if I'm not mistaken, another database. I'll look it up and put it in the chat for you to see it tomorrow. It's a database which also WHO is following. It's a database related to health workers, attacks against health workers worldwide. Yes, I think that's the one. So basically, these ones also can help us, because some of these database, some of them are taken from open source indeed, but some of them come directly from the organization that was impacted. So it also it's also good to know their sources, where they come from. Open source, live map, and NewsNow are useful sources to some extent as well, depend on the region, country, and coverage level. Indeed, yes. That's why I'm saying it depends. We need to look into what are they covering and how well are they covering the country when looking at these products or these services. Right. Again, the social media landscape, very big. Just an illustrating picture for you to see the. And I'm sure you are all aware of the. Let's say vastity, the vast amount of open sources that we can get lost into. And this is why we were talking about in the beginning of this presentation about relevant information and relevant environments and media to look for information, in order not to get lost into some irrelevant place where we chase for information and we end up working on things that basically are not relevant or not necessarily connected to the reality on the ground. The social media tools, yes, there are many of them, as you've seen in the previous slide, free to use. also, and they are widely available. It can enhance the use of social media activity for STI analysis purposes, but of course, as we said, we need to be wary about the reliability of the information which is conveyed through those media. It allows users to research events in close to real time. For example, social media can be sometimes, yes, in some countries, indeed, you don't have access. um, but actually, in some other countries, and I'll give also the example of Nigeria, you might find some announced protests, some nationwide protests that you can follow some of the situations on the ground. You can even follow them on social media because some activists are basically making live captions from the protests and from the areas that they are going to. Of course, social media can be used to influence the particular social media users, like we were talking about previously, and the colleagues that gave the very good examples from their own areas of responsibility with the fake videos that were from either old massacres, either old protests or situations happening, trying to incite other people to join protests, trying to incite other people to, let's say, protest against the government, or other people inciting some ethnic groups to attack other ethnic groups, and so on and so forth. So it's very important for us in the process of acquisition to realize these traps that we may fall into. And it also, social media is a very good tool when we want to monitor the UN anti-sentiment, because in some countries we can face some protests against the UN. And one of the indicators might be some people starting to comment on the official, let me give you an example of a peacekeeping Facebook page or X account. The mission is posting an activity of, let's say, providing some non-food items to the largest IDP camp in a region. And then you can see some comments multiplying saying that, yeah, this is like a drop in the ocean. In fact, you are doing this to do something else, and you are having, and then you see some anti-sentiment being propagated through the social media, and it can help you to some extent to anticipate some possible anti-UN sentiment towards the UN. And it also sometimes helps us monitor some global events, track some conflicts, and assess potential threats in near real time. There are a few users on X sometimes that track some conflicts, and that take some content also from Telegram, and send pictures with some of the events that have happened in some conflict areas. But also it needs to be highly scrutinized against the contacts and sources on the ground. Let me give you an example of a news aggregator application. I'm not sure if you have heard of Feedly. It compiles news feeds from a variety of online sources. The user can customize and share these news with other people. Other similar applications can be like Feedbin. Let me write them to you in NewsBlur. And I recall that Flipboard is also another one. So yeah, they can be used to a certain extent, in case you don't want to. Yeah, live UA map also, but let's say it can help you to some extent to filter some of the news, and then you have less work to do than going website by website. In terms of, we also, when we are doing our research on the internet, we need to use search operators, because sometimes we want to search for something and we put a long sentence, and Google, Bing, or Dogpile or whichever, or Yahoo gives us some funny results and something that we are not looking for. So basically, a search operator, whether a plus or a minus, or Boolean operators, which I will present to you in the next slide, help us to keep the research more relevant and more restricted to what we need to find. We can have words, symbols, or characters that we can use to group or identify specific relationships between keywords and terms. This is basically the search operator, what a search operator means, and it will narrow the focus of the search and give us the results that we are looking for. For example, our tips for you to search online is to use multiple search engines. Do not rely only on one of them, because some of them are powerful in a certain area of expertise or domain. Some of them are looking into other types of news. Let's say, for example, some of them are very good in military news, some of them are very good in political news, and so on and so forth, depending on the programmers and how they built them. It's good to use date ranges and search by file type to refine results as well, in order for you not to receive haphazardly results. And as the most important search techniques, I think the most important operators to use are the so-called Boolean operators. And these Boolean operators are keywords such as and, or, and not, used basically to narrow or broaden a search by connecting search terms. For example, and, if you use and in between quotation marks, it makes a search more specific by requiring all of the terms you put there to be present. For example, if you want to search for police and military, if you put the and, they'll find the articles containing both words, right? If you want to find either of them, doesn't matter what, you can use or, which broadens the search by including any of the terms. So you will see articles separate on military, separate on police, which it doesn't matter. You'll receive them all. And also not, of course, it excludes the specific terms from the results. It gets them out. So let's say you want to search something and something, but you don't want to see this included. So basically, not excludes the specific terms from the results. Usually these operators are used in databases and search engines to refine and improve search results, as I was telling you before. You can use also the symbol plus to make sure that a word or more words appear in the web page when you search. Or you can use also in some search engines, for example, in Google, you can use also minus, which eliminates undesirable words or phrases. And you can use the word cite in between. You can use let's say the termination, the end, the extension of the site in between brackets to search for a specific type of website. For example, if you want to see UN.org sites, you just put the UN.org in between brackets, and then you can search. It works also on Google and also on Bing. Right. What search techniques do you use? Let's have a small chat. 2 minutes. You can either intervene by raising your hand or write in the chat, please. Thank you. Share your experiences. Maybe we are missing some search engines and we have been living in a lie all of our lives, and you will enlighten us also.
Go ahead, Gada.
Okay,
We saw your hand raised. Yeah.
Gaida, and then Mona. I saw it now. Okay, please.
Okay. So talking about the research engines and everything. In certain places, we did not have searching for certain info would actually expose us to detention in certain countries. It might actually, let's say, for example, one of the major threats we are having in Syria is ISIS, and they have their own channels. If we did not, for example, have some kind of linkage where on X someone would publish their statements or anything, or maybe have some kind of back from someone getting these info, we cannot really search them online. Previously, we had this this huge like risk of being detained by searching certain info on the internet. So what is your recommendation doing that?
Thank you, Gita, for a very good point. This is why I was mentioning in the beginning that some sites accessing the dark web can bring host government authorities at your door. And also it's valid, and it's a very valid point that in some countries, if you even use Google or a simple engine to search for something, if the online medium, if the online environment in a certain countries that well monitored, and if it implies, it depends if the authorities, as a recommendation, if the authorities consider it as a criminal offense to search for ISIS content or for something else, then of course we should refrain from it. But at the same time, maybe there can be a dialogue with host government security officials that, okay, we would like also to let's say, get information that can be relevant to us, for example, and that's where we can ask for their cooperation, at least on the principle of need to know. We don't need to find out any major secrets or any major espionage things, but if there are concerns related to detention, then we can avoid it. But also keeping in mind that we can engage some of the officials through our official channels, of course, the DO or the chief security advisor, to basically look for a way in which we can also stay informed and best advise our staff. Yeah, Google Cache archived or deleted content. Well, yeah, or you might use you can also use some VPNs, but there are some countries that are forbidding VPN. And hidden search, I'm not sure if it's that reliable, because in some countries, host government has some powerful tools that they can even find. They can even find if you have searched in a let's say clandestine or how do you call it, hidden mode, like you've said. So if that brings you trouble with the authorities, if the host government is saying that this is illegal, then we have no choice but to comply, and look for maybe other legal methods to get ourselves informed about and keep ourselves abreast about what's happening. Thank you. I think I saw another hand up from Mona. Mona,
Yes.
please go ahead.
So I just wanted to share my experience where obviously I also use Google search, but by and by I realized that it's best for me to go directly to the most reputable, most repetitive sources that I use. So I have a list of them. And I definitely use Google search to verify the news that is shared by, let's say, in social media, or what I call less formal news sharing, to verify if another reliable source has published it, because I don't really rely on the one-time published by a single media news. Or if it is too important, or if it is shining gossip, I will share, but I will say no other sources has published it. And what I wanted to share with you is that I have noticed that, I need more time if I want to search through all of these reliable sources. And I've been experimenting on AI to see if it can help me to reduce the time that I need to collect this data. Usually what I collect is better than what AI gave me. But I was wondering if you have any comments on the use of AI on the collection of information, particularly from open sources, obviously, not the ones that require logging in, registration. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mona, for sharing your experience. Indeed, sometimes we don't have the necessary time to search for all the sources. Related to AI, yes, it can be useful to some extent, but at this moment it is not assessed to be as developed, and it might be misleading at some point. It can be used for some simple tasks, for aggregating some things. You also need to be careful what task you can assign to the AI and put it in a structural manner. But it is not assessed to be that developed, and we do not see it so far as replacing analysts. Maybe to do some basic research for us. I don't know if our course director Tanya has more to add about AI, but this is at least my personal opinion about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. No, I mentioned in the chat exactly what you said, that it's, we're still looking at it, but it's still too early because of lots of concerns and caveats involved when it comes to especially analysis, use of AI and analysis. So, and we haven't included it in the course like we've included misinformation, disinformation, the others, but we're still working on it. And as you said, it's not that reliable right now and lots of concerns.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Tanya. On this blue slide, you can see some references on OSINT research. You can experiment them, as Tanya said, in your free time as well. Right now, from the internet and the OSINT, we go to tasking and asking of resources. Yeah, with the deep or dark web, as I said, it's an issue. It's an issue. It's a lot of sensitive detail. Right. So when we are referring to tasking and Google hidden search button, well, that is very traceable. I can say that is very traceable. It won't help you having your search private, possibly to some people accessing your computer, or some other users. But no, it's not. It's not encrypted. It's not an encryption. Tasking and asking are often used interchangeably, depending on the relationship with the source, as I said. If, for example, we have colleagues, we have our FSAs, we will be finishing shortly, don't worry about it. If we have our colleagues FSAs, for example, who are working closely with us, then we can task, and asking, it depends if it's outside of the organization, if it's inside of the organization. Tasking would imply a more formal relationship with the source. Tasking basically would be trying to, have basically. Yes, thank you, Tanya, for the VPN. Yeah, that's the only case when you can use these types of searches. It needs to be approved. You cannot go with your personal VPNs and submasks and try to work it out, because eventually the host government will still have to detect these types of tools used. Right. So as saying, tasking could imply a more formal relationship with the source. Basically, a sort of a tasking is when you send a request for information, a formal one, and asking, it's more an informal relationship, a closer contact. When we are talking about tasking, we can do it in writing or orally. The written tasking remains the best when control is considered. A document basically will be produced, which can be filed manually or electronically and referred to when necessary. It's normally used when directed sources with directed sources unless the topic is particularly sensitive and no records are desired. It may also not be the most convenient method with simple apologies. With simple requests for information, which are ideally satisfied by means of a quick telephone conversation or a face-to-face meeting. Okay. The media to use when tasking sources in writing is most commonly achieved through the use of email. The request can be attached as a document or inserted in the body of an email message. And other media that can be used includes fax messages, but I think this is mostly outdated. Online collaboration sites, mobile telephone text messages, WhatsApp, UN Pouch, postal email, hand delivery, face-to-face meetings when a written request is handed over, or instant messaging, as I was talking about WhatsApp or Signal. The oral tasking is usually done when informants are used, or generally with non-direct method can also times used for direct sources where the urgency is high and there is no time to perform proper written tasking, or when the nature of the information required is not sensitive or formal. In any event, the same content as with written tasking will be conveyed to the source, even if the conversation as it transpires does not follow the same sequence or even use the same heading words. As there is no fixed rule regarding when we are talking about tasking sources orally, analysts should use their discretion. Oral tasking can be done by telephone, face-to-face, over a radio, or even by video conference. The oral tasking, where urgency is a critical element, can be followed up with written confirmation of the task later. For example, in duty stations where host country statutory bodies are recovering from conflict or natural disasters, normal electronic media methods of communication may not be possible. In these cases, oral tasking by means of face-to-face meetings may be the only possible way to request information. What do you think about what do you think is the best way to ask or task sources, or how should we phrase our requests? What do you think about it, and what can you share with us? You can either intervene or write in the chat. Stanley, please go ahead.
The best way is that when you're tasking or asking a source for information, we should avoid phrases that would come back to us to say, just because the source knows us that we're working for the UN. So we should avoid the wording that would come back to us to say, the UN said this, or the UN asked this.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you very much. And sometimes it's also good to ask the question in a different manner, not pointing directly to a certain thing, right? Just ask a broader question to see if we can get a broader reply, right? Broader information that contains what is of our interest, right? And also always referring to the fact that we are concerned about our operations and that we want to, carry on our programs to the benefit of the population in this area, and always emphasizing the mandate and our concern for safety and security in the area, right? I think I saw a hand up from.
Yes.
Right, Elijah,
This is
please.
Elijah. Yeah. I think in term of the best way to ask the source, it depends on what source you want to ask really. There, I usually prefer really the oral way, just taking it into conversation, and that way, no much accountability is added into it, because like the first speaker mentioned, how we phrase our questions usually come back to us as UN, and we might be mistaken for intelligence collection. So really depend on the source. There are some questions that I can be direct when I'm asking those we work with, or especially within the UN. But if I'm discussing with other interlocutors, which are maybe government employees or security agents for the government, so it's a different way I phrase it. I take it into maybe formal meetings just to discuss, but also how I ask questions will be a little bit another thing. How so basically I would say it depend on the source you are interacting with and the nature of the information that you really want to achieve from the source. So that's how I would put it. Thank you.
Thank you, Elijah, for your point. Thank you. I'll take Korombi's intervention and then we will move on. Thank you. Please go ahead, Korombi.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. And then I think the last colleague have also touched on what I wanted to comment, to say it will also depend on the type of information and what type of source that you are asking or you want information from. And the other point is sometimes the law enforcement in the country, if you have got a good relationship or you have got already established a working together, it becomes very easier when there's information needed, and then you can have a way of presenting or requesting or asking clarity on the information that you had, and it become very easy and it can be acceptable. Yes, the most important is to mind the language, the way we present it, so that it must not come back and haunt us and that we comment on this. So it's the most important is to know who are you asking information from, the source, and what type of relation with that source. If it's already established and is there existing, and more information. I'm saying this because of, especially in the context of South Africa, where we are dealing with more crime. So it's easy for established with the diplomatic police. We don't go to the lower rank. We have got a good relationship with the commander. If there's an incident or in the mall or there's a protest, and we ask him and he will tell us. Actually, sometimes he will even give that information in advance. Be careful, don't go 1, 2, 3, don't go to this area because there's this and these activities that may hinder the progress or the operation. So it become very easy. So it depends on the ground, the relationship with those sources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Korombi. Indeed, we don't ask for sensitive things or sensitive allegations, and we try to do it in a very discreet and diplomatic manner when we want to find out some information, unless it's a critical one that is directly targeting the UN. Then maybe we can be more direct with the interlocutors that are sanctioned between us, our organization, and the host government security forces. For example, if there are information circulating that an extremist group is targeting directly the UN and they want to carry out an attack, that's when we can be direct and say, listen, we are hearing this, and then you can then you can start a normal discussion and see what measures, more additional mitigation measures can be applied, because first of all, it's the host government's responsibility for the protection of our personnel, installations, and assets, right? Okay. I think, okay, I'll take Ramiz point, and then we will move on because time is already not our friend. We are exceeding a bit. So Ramiz, please
Yeah,
be
thank you,
brief.
Christian. Now, actually, yeah, if the information you require is very essential to your analysis, you can let's say use the best language, explain the reasons you need to acquire this language because this information. Because if you speak to interlocutor or host government representative, when you explain the reasons, you are putting them next to you, side by side. They will put themselves in your shoes in order to appreciate the reasons you are asking for that information, and then you can explain to them why I need that information, because I need to do 1 2 3 4. So they would really be included in your plan, and they will feel responsible to provide you with more details, or maybe even guide you to someone in a better position. So this is one of the things that prove useful as well in the field.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ramiz, for your contribution. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Right. Now we're going to just briefly speak about networking, STI acquisition and networking, as suggested in this slide. Tips for building what we call it like our networks. One tip is to assess which sources are not used or underused by the team. We can use also the current network to seek new contacts. Your contacts also have contacts, so if they are willing to help you, of course, it's a possibility to explore. Introduction via mutual contacts as well, connected to the second point as well. Visiting new places and venues. We can vary our routines. You can always go to a diplomatic reception, or let's say if you go to the Independence Day parade or to some other public events organized by authorities or by embassies or by our SLT partners, INGOs and NGOs. It's a good opportunity to get in touch with security focal points and also extend our networks and contacts. But also we should be very realistic about what the new sources can provide in terms of security threat information at the beginning. So we shouldn't have too high expectations in terms of the information that we will receive. Yes, Zia, thank you very much for your contribution in the chat. Yeah, building trust is essential. Is essential. And also be prepared to invest time, because it's always a matter of time. We cannot have a network just like this immediately, and each and every one of your contacts, of course, needs time. You need also time to get their acquaintance. They need time to earn your trust and to build rapport with you. And also you need time to assess them as a reliable or non-reliable source. And this is what I was talking about, the building rapport with human sources. And as Zia said in the comment in the chat box, it should be a two-way relationship. Give a little, get a little. For example, let's say in my AOR, for example, in Northeast Nigeria, we are working a lot with our SLT partners, with INGOs and NGOs, especially they are looking up to UNDSS as for our briefings, for our security briefings, and on updates on the security situation. But every time I meet a new security focal point from an INGO and NGO and we make contact, we always like to mention that they are always trying to subscribe, and they are always subscribing, let's say, to our daily situation report, to our DSRs, to our various advisories and STI alerts. We include them, of course, after the process of checking and scrutinizing, but and validation. But we also highlight to them that it should be a two-way relationship. And of course, they can access some areas which we do not access. We don't go there, for example. because of our safety and security policies, but they do carry out programs in some remote areas, and they can also provide some insights from those areas that about some potential security incidents that may happen in those areas and might spill over or impact also the areas where the UN operates. Yes, building human connections, finding common ground. Somebody said something here. Apologies for me forgetting who said it, but the colleague said a very nice thing. Discussions about family are the easiest way to, have an icebreaker with the person. Find common ground. Common ground, for example, with our SLT partners, with the NGOs, is delivering programs, because most of the times, if not all of the times, they are our implementing partners and they implement our programs. So it's a common interest also, it's a common ground. They also need their staff to be secure and to be safe. They do not have analytical capabilities within their units. They may have a security focal point, and some of the NGOs, they don't have security professionals, but a security focal point who will rely mostly on some of our products. So they will also have an interest in helping us getting the required STI. Also, partners from embassies, we have a common ground in ensuring the safety of safety and security of our staff. So they will also be able to collaborate with us. It's good to make an effort to learn the local languages, at least how to say hi and how are you. It will at least bring you a glass of water on a very hot day, but it may also relax people, and they will also not see you as a let's say a person that they should stay away of. They will see you making an effort to understand somehow their culture, so they might be more open in having they might be more open and more relaxed in having meetings with you. We should avoid all the times the one colleague was saying, I see a hand up, but I will shortly pass the floor to you. But we should avoid. One colleague was saying in his intervention that we should avoid asking direct questions. This is what we mean by avoid interrogations. Somebody also mentioned in the chat box previously to ask open questions and broad questions that may provide us with broad answers from which we select what is of interest for us, without putting the person that we require information from in a difficult situation. And also we need to show consideration for confidentiality. Like some of you were saying, we need to, and like we were saying in the beginning of this presentation, we need basically to keep in mind that the source can, especially if we are talking about an information assistant, we need to have that person's identity protected. Even if we have, for example, a police officer from the host government security forces that is giving us an information, we don't need to cite that person. We can use neutral terminology, such as according to reports received, or some information subject to further checking. If it's something that is not 100% confirmed, indicates that. And in this way, we put it in a very neutral manner, so we don't identify the source of information. We can also use different wordings as opposed to that information. And also, we need to choose an appropriate venue to meet. Like Zia is saying, decent socialization helps building confidence. Choose an appropriate venue to meet, like a cafe, a restaurant, or even the office space that we have, or a place of the sources choosing, of course. Yes, it's dark here in South Sudan. It will be soon in Nigeria as well. Don't worry about it. We are basically done with end of day 2. Now, if you have any more questions, I saw some hands up from Gida. Gida, please, the floor is yours for your
Yes,
contribution.
so I'm sorry, I just wanted to say that talking about the 4th point you have mentioned, avoid open questions. Well, basically,
Yes.
a year ago, someone just told me like, Reda, if you want to get a real statement from someone, not a real statement, but if you want to look for an information in the Middle East, just give them a false statement and tell them what they think of it. And they would actually give you accurate information, which was very funny to hear. However, I did use that once and it worked. I just wanted to say, like, does this fall under something false we should not be doing, or does it doesn't?
It depends. Sometimes you can use this. I heard that this has happened, and then you might trigger the person to willingly give you the right information. No, this. I mean, you can not necessarily go with the false information because at some point you might have a source that will say, "Why is this person telling me the wrong information?" And might cease collaboration. But you can say an inaccurate or some version which is not accurate, not entirely false, but not entirely accurate. I did this also once, like I was asking a question and I can't believe this has happened. And there was not, I would say 50% of what I said was accurate a bit, but I was looking for the other 50%. And as you said, that person said, no, actually, this is inaccurate. These are false rumors. It's in the social media also, but this is actually what happened. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It depends. It depends on how you ask the question. It depends on many factors. I think this work of acquisition is very subjective. We can build manuals and handbooks as much as we can. We can have the minimum standards, but when it comes to some situations, some approaches might work, some might not work. That doesn't mean that you're doing necessarily 100% the wrong thing, and you should not get discouraged if an interlocutor or a source will cease to collaborate with you because let's just say that maybe you used the same technique in a previous experience and it worked, and with other people it won't work. So I don't believe it's 100% recipe, but it's a combination of all these things and how we feel the source um, will react, and knowing also the source somehow. This is why we need to build rapport and be readily available to invest time in knowing our collaborators. Thank you. I hope that answered your question. I think Robert and Elijah have points, so let's go first with Robert and then with Elijah. Sorry for going backwards.
Yes, thank you, sir. I think whether I don't know, I don't understand. I don't know whether if I'm wrong, you can correct me. We are not supposed to use the covert sourcing or covert sources, right? We are supposed to use overt. So by giving a false information, right, or a false question, or a question that which doesn't have the 50% of what you want, are you not using covert sourcing?
No, not quite. I mean, we are talking to an interlocutor, and we can ask, is this information correct? We just ask if the information is correct, and the interlocutor can tell us if it's wrong or if it's right. Covert sourcing, of course, we are not using that.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, covert sources, in my understanding, is using a person, a source that is infiltrating some place, and you are doing this in a highly, strictly confidential manner. It looks like intelligence services work. And of course, we do not do that. We do not task people to go and infiltrate and to infiltrate an armed group, for example, and find out some information about the operations of that armed group. We do not do that, of course. The idea of the colleague, okay, normally we shouldn't propagate false information, but we can ask we can ask a question: was this accurate? Is this what really happened? So do you know about this event? I heard there are rumors that this has happened. And if you already say that, this is why, and one of our colleagues said that when you're asking questions, you should ask them in a careful manner in order not to be perceived as being asked by the UN. So you shouldn't say that, okay, we, the UN, think that this is what happened. No, you should place the question as openly as possible and saying that just we heard some rumors that this has happened, but we don't feel it's accurate. Is it? Is it not? We don't know what to say. I mean, not necessarily don't know what to say, but you can just say that there are some rumors circulating. Is there anything to it? Basically that, so that it doesn't lead to us, to our organization, and we avoid the UN being accused of propagating false information or anything like that.
Exactly.
I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Elijah,
Answered.
please.
No, I think
Elijah,
you have
please.
really yes, thank you. I think you have really covered what I had wanted to say. I don't see anything really wrong with us trying to use the information that we have, which is less complete, to get more information in that regard. So I don't really see anything wrong. The only thing that is wrong is how we frame the questions that we are using in order to get the answer, because that might be seen as propagating or fasting that false information. We should not put our position into affirming that information that we have, that it is real information. It should be something that we have this information, and then we are seeking their validation. If it is something that should not is not useful, or it's something that they have anything. And at most cases, people find themselves explaining to us exactly what the true information is. But depending also on whom we are asking, based on their sites, they will also try to make it to suit their interests. So we also have to be very keen enough to know exactly whom we are interacting with. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Elijah. And the thing is not we have this information. It's the most appropriate can be we heard some rumors. Basically, there are some rumors circulating, not by us. Some people launched them. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think any other questions, Kristen, do you want to take them tomorrow morning? So maybe some of our colleagues have left, and then, they might lose out on this discussion.
Yeah, sure. If there are any other questions, we can, of course, I can take them tomorrow. No problem.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you very
you,
much.
Kristen.
Tomorrow. Thank you, colleagues.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tanya. Thank you, colleagues.
Goodbye. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. See you tomorrow. Greetings from Kampala. Bye-bye.